Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I think my num lock is actually interesting. So I used the num pad to change scenes, and I just realized that has a function in Warframe as well. Because I just went to my operator. Normally, I use the normal keyboard 5 for that. I'll have to keep that in mind. It's funny. I actually never noticed that before. But you probably already noticed that we're taking a bit of a break from the Albion grind. And we're in here with a favorite of mine, Warframe. We got a lot of things to do in Warframe, as always. If you're familiar with the game, this game is a game of many projects, always something to do. And very recently, they released a bunch of new Incarnons. So Sycris Prime, the Okina Prime. We also have the Sybaris Prime. I think there might have been one or two more, but we didn't end up picking those up yet. And we're going to be focusing on those three today, especially also in combination with Lavos, who we've been building as an infested steel path answer. Between the last Warframe streams and today, I've been sort of like getting my act together as far as loadouts go. So I've been ignoring it for the loadout function for many, many years since the beginning of Warframe. And we're just sort of getting to it now because unlike normal star chart, you actually kind of have to have a cohesive loadout when you're running around Steel Path. Or you could just, drop things in, whatever you wanted to play. Your default loadout was fine, right? Because Star Chart was just like, generally speaking, easy. Or if it was even slightly difficult because you were newer or you didn't have as many things, you could muddle through, right? Didn't really matter. You could just flip things around. You didn't really need to have everything in line. Steel Path, I feel like it has more of a emphasis on having to have the whole loadout in line, which is why I've been sort of creating slowly over time what I would consider the most optimal things that I have access to as far as the builds to do various things. You'll probably see these acronyms inside of these parentheses, these initialisms. So I'll just explain them because they're kind of like my system right now. So CSP means Corpus Steel Path, GSP means Grineer Steel Path, and ISP means Infested Steel Path. So CGSP means I think this build works okay for Corpus and Grineer. So basically that's sort of like my system. Then of course there's my Incarnons index build, which I use because it's super brain dead and it basically just abuses a super amazing Sobek Riven. So that's what I use for my index. And then this RSC means regular star chart, which means I enjoy this, but it really only works in regular star chart. Eventually, we'll be looking into Incarnons again since the rework to make a DPS Steel Path build with, because I think there is definitely potential there, but that's lower on the list. If you're familiar with the last Warframe stream we did, or two, I should say, when we were talking about Atlas and Baruch, there had been a little bit of an update on that. I did a little bit more testing, and I put Wrathful Advance on Atlas, and I noticed that Death Cube Prime, his companion, was a better option for him as far as energy goes because of the energy generator mod that Death Cube Prime gets access to. So there's been some slight alterations on those two builds. They're working a lot better, I would say. But today we're kind of working on what I would call my ultimate answer to infected or infestation. We've been sort of, for infested missions, we've been using Protea TPS and abusing the concept of heat inherent mechanics, which has been very nice for us. We also sometimes used Harrow if we were in a team. We would use him as a support for energy regeneration and critical chance and all that wonderful goodness, just to do ultra giga damage to infested because they don't have as much scaling outside of health as the other factions do. So you don't have to worry too much about shields, and only certain units have armor, right? So Harrow seems to have done pretty well for us too. So those two were like the semi answers, but what I wanted was something that I just felt like could just do any infested mission, and that's why we sort of brought ourselves to Lavos. Um, and so he's going to be something we're going to be talking about a lot today. So if you don't know much about Lavos, he doesn't use energy, which is very big for infested missions. Because they have lots of things that drain your enemy. I mean, Grineer does too, and Corpus, of course, can turn off your abilities with the bubbles and whatnot. But the drain of infested can kill a lot of units if you're not being careful. And so Lavos has actually a cooldown system. That's his sort of shtick, his unique thing. And so that actually helps him a lot versus Corpus because he doesn't really have to worry about drain at all, basically. So which is really cool. But also, Nourish becomes a lot stronger, and then you probably, if you have any like a familiarity with Warframe, you know Nourish is a strong Helminth, and it has been for a long time. But it really hits its stride, in my opinion, in Lavos's fourth spot, because the big drawback of Nourish is the energy multiplier, right? Where everything that you do when this is on costs more energy. And when you're using Lavos, everything is cooldown based, so it does not give a hoot at all about this energy multiplier. And it's already an amazing damage ability. It just adds awesome amounts of viral to your damage abilities, which is super nice. Obviously, it gives you the the health as well, and a few other fun things. So, Nourish is just great, and we're kind of like supercharging it with Precision Intensify because a lot of the other damage, other abilities here, aren't super amazing outside of mobility or helping the passive of Lavos, or basically just like small utility options, really. Like you're not using these abilities to really destroy anything. Yeah, probably the most interesting thing about Lavos in this particular concept is his passive that allows him to imbue abilities with various elements, and we're actually going to be abusing that quite heavily today. And that's kind of like the concept of this Lavos build in general, but we'll get to that. So basically with Lavos, despite the fact that he is cooldown based, just the way that he works and the way that he adds elemental damage and status to basically all your weapons when you cast your ability because of this mod, which we'll get to. He's more of a weapons platform than an actual like kill you with your abilities type Warframe. And weapons platforms are kind of strong specifically against infestation because they don't require a whole lot of craziness to just kill. Their main worry is kind of the thing we've already sidestepped, which is the fact that they drain your energy if you stay in a mission for pretty much any amount of time. So any survival, you're eventually going to start running into this. So basically, a lot of our choices as far as build are basically supercharging our fourth ability for Nourish, increasing the duration so that we don't have to worry about pressing our buttons as much when it comes to things like Nourish. And of course, Valence Formation does scale off of duration. So when we talk about that mod, that is also helped by duration. So you build for duration, you build for the strength of just Nourish, that's fine. And then it's basically keeping him alive. So that's why we have Vitality, Adaptation, Steel Fiber, and our arcane choices are Blessing and Grace. Now, I did think about maybe using Guardian as well. And there's also an argument for Mult Augmented if you want to just supercharge Nourish, but we're already pretty high up there, so I don't think we need to worry about it too much. So we're gonna opt for Grace and Blessing now, but I wouldn't be surprised if after we play with this a bit more, we switch to Guardian. Even though we have Steel Fiber already, um, armor is pretty awesome against Infested as well. So many small little whacks. There's definitely a lot of big whacks too. Like if you get pulled by the disruptors and things like that, they can really do some pretty big damage. They're like a lot of small hits with like every once in a while a big hit, which is different from Grenier, which have a lot of big hits, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Guardian is just as good as Grace, but with Blessing adding max health, you should be fine most of the time. Now we're using Corrosive Projection just to get a little bit of armor strip on some of those infested enemies that do have armor. But we're going to be putting a lot of status effects on people, so it shouldn't be as much of an issue. But to get to the real mod that matters here, Valence Formation. So this is an augment for his passive, not just like an ability. It's for his passive. And what this does is when you cast an ability imbued with extra elemental damage, which we do by holding the button on any of these abilities, it applies that element as a 200% bonus to your weapons with guaranteed status for 20 seconds. Now, this is very important, especially the guaranteed status part, because not only does it do a 200% bonus, so you do more damage with your weapons, right? But guaranteed status that lets you do things that you might not be able to do with weapons outside of that. Now, there's the very common way of abusing this that you will probably notice right away. When we use the Okina Prime melee, you're probably already expecting, before you even press this button, to see melee influence. So melee influence, if you're unaware, is a really fun but easily abusable ability. Or should I say, arcane, that lets you just spread your status chances to pretty much everybody within 20 meters, as long as you do an electricity status. So everything else you do is spread on the status chance. So it's a 20% chance, but you're going to be doing it so often, especially when you have guaranteed status, to spread everything, right? So on my weapon, I have Corrosive Impact, Slash, and Puncture. So we have a decent chance of pretty much spreading all of these with a 52.8% base status, and we're going to be making that higher with Weeping Wounds. Basically, Corrosive is going to be reducing any armor that we do run into other than that, as well as Corrosive Projection. So we basically deal with armor. And the reason that is so if you use the Okina Prime and you imbue using Lavos electricity, you don't even have to build electricity on the Okina. It's going to do a crap ton of damage. The reason why the Okina is that the new Arcane is going to be quite interesting with this, especially with the actual Incarnon applies max cold status stacks, which is actually super strong against Infested. If they're frozen, they do like nothing to you, and that's awesome. And of course, there's a lot of good things about it, but also this evolution is just super strong. Plus 6% status damage for 10 seconds on critical hit, which is another reason why Okina is awesome for this, because it has a base 30% critical chance, so it's super incredible with Blood Rush. Blood Rush is just going to like get it to instant crit fairly quickly. And so we're going to be able to use this quite liberally. And of course, with Nourish adding Viral, we're also going to be having Viral on all our weapons. So Condition Overload makes a lot of sense. Blood Rush we talked about. Weeping Wounds we talked about. Reach, extra range is very good for this kind of thing because it lets us apply statuses on more people. And of course, we know we're going to crit, so Organ Shatter helps with that. And of course, these are if you have the prime variants of these, um, then absolutely use them. I mean, I do, but I haven't actually ranked many of them up yet. I don't have the credits for that. So I have Prime Pressure Point. Eventually, we'll be swapping that out. That is, if you do have it and you have it maxed, absolutely use it. With Organ Shatter, I believe there is a Amalgam mod. I think it's an Amalgam. Not the Organ Shatter one, but it's for the crit. True Steel. I think it's Amalgam True Steel, I believe. That basically will do more than Organ Shatter. So if you have that, use that as well. So for these two, swap those out. Same with Primed Reach. If you have Prime Reach higher, then put that in here as well. It's just better. That goes for the Lavos as well. If you have Prime Continuity, this is better. We do have that, but again, we don't have the credits and the endo yet. So we're building towards that. We actually just used like all of our stuff on primed redirection for our Hildred build, but that was another thing. And so to continue with the Akina Prime, so because we have guaranteed electricity statuses, and we're gonna get corrosive, viral, impact, slash, and puncture. We're going to do a crap ton with condition overload, but also we have the Diriga. And so recently, the companion rework has given us a lot of wonderful tools. Manifold Bond. Status effects from companion weapons. Killing enemies with 3 or more unique status effects reduces the companion ability cooldowns by 3 seconds. Momentous Bond, killing an Eximus enemy, grants 120% bonus of a random elemental damage to your companion. So we get extra status effects. But also, the Sentinel weapon, especially with this, will zap 7 enemies within 10 meters, dealing 100 electricity damage with a 10% stat chance. So we're basically spreading these status effects on a very quick cooldown to a lot of the enemies that are around our Sentinel with this. And our weapon, which we use Sweeper Prime because it sort of like hits a lot of people, will also deal radiation and slash on top of it. We also get viral, but we already have that, so it's kind of like bonus viral. So it's going to be like multiple instances of it. So we don't have to worry about that. The only reason that viral is still here is because I use this companion, this Sentinel, with like multiple people. And not always do they have viral available. So this works out. But we're going to be getting slash and radiation as well. So condition overload is going to be even better here. So this combination in general is really good for any time you're using condition overload or melee influence, because the Diriger really helps with that. He's definitely become really strong in the companion slot. I know Nautilus is also very good if you're thinking about alternatives, because he groups people up, and the Prime version that recently come out is very good for Hildren because of his ability to boost based off of the max shield. But we're talking about Lavos now, so let's focus on this. And the reason why we're using this, so Vidar is my name for this Gaze primary. And the fun thing about Lavos is you can do multiple things at the same time with him. So Akina Prime, melee influence, you're basically abusing the status effect and you're spreading it around and you're doing gig amounts of damage. That's great. But Vidar, this Gaze weapon, basically what it does for you is instead of imbuing your weapons with electricity, you imbue your weapons with cold. and you basically freeze the screen because the gaze has this massive like AoE ball at the end of a beam, right? So you can just like, if you really wanted to, you could just twirl in a 360 degree and kill everybody by freezing them and just keep going. Like with the added cold guaranteed status effect plus a 200% damage, gaze becomes really strong. It's just basically CC and destroy everything on your screen as far as infested goes. Now we do have, of course, a wonderful Riven that helps us do extra damage and to specifically infested, so this works out a lot better. We're using heat inherent, we're using radiation damage. And so this is like your normal build. We could use a couple more Forma to fit in another max rank Hellfire. We're using primary Merciless, of course. Hunter munitions as well. And so basically this becomes very interesting. So you basically freeze everything and you murder them all. So as a weapons platform, Lavos is now simply with his passive enabling incredible amounts of damage on Vidar and Okina. So these two weapons are doing really well. Now I want to test the Sycris Prime. We haven't ranked it up yet or modded it. So at some point we're going to be doing that as well. But this weapon, in theory, with the evolutions, should be quite strong with Lavos as well. So we're going to be looking into that. But we have to unlock these Incarnons, basically. So that's one of the things we're going to be doing today. We have to activate this weapon's Incarnon form 6 times in a mission. So we want something long, obviously. In most Incarnons, they last 180 seconds. So we'll see how it goes. But that's basically what we're building towards today. Now, if we want... Where's... I guess Gabby makes the most sense. If we want, we could go straight into Steel Path Survival here and see how the Okina works at Evolution 2. We'll do, solo, basically. Because it should be pretty darn effective, just right out of the box. It's a rank 30. We have melee influence spreading. So even without
you must provide
anything,
cover for a lone Tenno operative.
It should be pretty
Set
good.
off the alarms and keep the infested busy.
We don't have to worry about
releasing toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for survival.
Oh wow. So as you can see, melee influence is already killing things off the screen. and doing a crap ton of damage to things. And we're not even at like max crit or anything like that, so these status effects are not critting off screen. We're actually running out of enemies like immediately. So they're kind of stunned as well. So like the CC is very nice because they basically can't do anything. And we're coming up on the end of our Valence formation buff, so we have to reapply it again. Basically the way it works is you have to hold the ability button to apply
support incoming.
the status effect you want from Lavos, and then once you cast any ability, that will apply to your weapons. You'll see a buff in the top right that looks like a lightning bolt with 200%, and that's basically what we're worrying about here.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area.
Now I'm wondering, we're killing too fast to build enough combo multiplier for my liking. Wondering if we might have to build further into that. So we have now activated the Incarnon, which is kind of interesting. And we have to reapply our vanilla influence builder, which just killed like the whole screen. So now we're running out of enemies again. Killing people so quickly off screen that we actually are having issues with getting to people on combo time, which I did think was going to be too much of a problem with Infested. But it's funny when you have the different things that you test on paper that become an issue when you're actually testing it. I thought we could actually get away with never having any sort of amount of combo status help. Now we could always switch to Naramon if we wanted to. We are on Zenuric right now, which could definitely be interesting.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
I mean, we're just absolutely lambasting things. So reapply melee influence. It's really quite interesting just how much we're applying off screen here. I mean, we've been at 12 times for a while. We're doing okay. But, oh, we're about to lose it. Yeah. Being frozen and electricity proc is very interesting with the Incarnon, which of course it applies cold, so that's another thing for condition overload. Now, if we wanted to ultra charge, we could go with gas modded on the Athena as well, which will basically multi-dip, and then it would apply multiple times on everyone. But we don't want to kill that fast, honestly, because then we would never be able to do the Incarnon, which we're going to be able to apply again in 20 seconds, about 16 now. And we're not really having too much of an issue at all with survival, because things can't really even get close to us. Oh, here we go. An Acolyte. I'm interested to see how the Acolyte's going to work out. Where is he? I haven't even seen him yet, and I'm killing him.
Making progress. This will help our cause. When you are ready.
Hello, Acolyte. Where'd you go? Oh, fairly confident there. Got our now we gotta reapply our melee influence. I think if we had more enemies in the room, that the Acolyte would have died before we even like saw him. But there was actually like a dearth of enemies there for a second. Including all the challenges here. That. Oh yes, we have to reapply. You can pretty much don't even have to worry about the timer, because you'll notice when the electricity proc goes off, you'll notice it very easily because it's such a massive difference. It's like suddenly you're killing people that are only in front of you instead of right around the room and on the other side and all the interior chambers and things like that. Like you'll see numbers all around you when influence is being activated by the guaranteed status proc of the valence formation mod. Yeah, see right there. Reapply. It's about 45 seconds. If you get the duration higher, you can do that. I don't know exactly how high you can get the duration, but it's 45 seconds is pretty much enough. And you'll notice I have not pressed Nourish once because I wanted to see exactly what we were working with without Nourish. So let's add Nourish. Suddenly, we're kind of like killing way too fast. I don't know if that's a problem or not, really, that one could say they have, but they're killing too fast. But with the Incarnon colds, procs finding people, melee influence doing its thing, and Nourish supercharging your damage, you're kind of going crazy. Now we just took a huge hit from a disruptor there. And we lived through it. We just took another big hit there. We haven't seen Arcane Grace proc on either of those, so that's a little unfortunate. Yeah, we're taking some big hits now. Another big hit. It's interesting, Arcane Grace isn't procced at all. I don't know where the Arclight is, but we just killed him.
Share in this bounty.
I might want to put on a health regen shard now that we're working with this more. Like that? Yeah, I did. Okay. Now, in this case, what I think I would like to do more often is actually use his 3 to convert energy orbs into universal orbs. Because we're getting a lot of those, and they're not exactly even useful for us. Our life support has been pretty nice because we're killing so fast, it's like crazy. Like Girja just did a massive status proc there, so that was really nice. Yeah, that's what you gotta worry about when those disruptors and those ancient fellows, they come in and they use their pull on you. and they do crap tons of damage to you. It's basically the one thing you gotta worry about when it comes to the infested. I do like the Incarnon though, because the cold procs really do help well with the CC of things. I don't think we actually have lenses on anything on this yet. That's 4 times? Okay. We need to do it twice more before we exit this mission. Reapply. Murder the world. Now we're running out of people. Thank you. Let's see. You can't even see what's going on because of the numbers. Just numbers everywhere. They don't have to be big if there's 4,000 of them. And he's dead. An interesting thing seems to be like a strange situation where sometimes they die, but they're going through like a status animation, and so you end up hitting something that's a dead person. That's very interesting. Sort of bugged out a few of the ancients so far. We did lose our combo there. I imagine Naramon would be perfectly enough for this. Yeah, we could just ignore him probably. Oh, he hit us from behind. All right. Reapply all of our buffs.
Let's get started. I need to work off some of this tube weight.
I think that was the damage reflect acolyte, which meant that we were probably killing ourselves pretty hard because of the influence there. A little bit of a downside that you might not worry about too much. Although, us dying is actually nice, because then we can reapply our Incarnon right away.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not
It does
beat us
reset our
without
Arcane Blessing now, that's kind of unfortunate. Gotta reapply. Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna add, though, a shard of the health regen variety. I think it'll help. We could always go to like something like Dreamer's Bond if we wanted to, but that would be, or Rejuvenation, I guess, but that would kind of be very bad, I think. That's over fixing a problem you don't have. Plus, you would be wasting the aura slot really, when a single shard would help. I think I would have to remove a shard from somebody else. I don't have a health regen shard that's not on somebody.
I can hear the survivors screaming in terror. Delirious.
Hilarious. least with the life support is like easy to sustain when you're murdering everything. That's kind of nice. Need more. Oh, we also need to reapply. Add nourish. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cosmin. Really appreciate it. Now we can have more enemies, that'd be great. We'll be able to kill this acolyte without even seeing them. Where are all my enemies going? Give me more enemies. Oh, he's over here. We might as well just hit him. Where'd he go? Okay, he's dead. Reapply now my influence with Lavos. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Just gotta get back to 6 times so we can get our 5th Incarnon use. There we go. Oh, that was our 6th. Okay, so we're good. We can leave now if we want to. We'll wait till 20 minutes. Just cuz. Oh, I think I was in the ceiling for a second there. That was interesting. That used to be a thing that used to happen all the time back in the day in Warframe. Where you'd glitch into a wall or a ceiling and you'd be like, oh, what the heck just happened? I haven't seen that in a long time. At least we were able to just drop out of it right away. It's just, it really is too fast. We're killing people too fast. Okay. No focusing. Yeah, we don't have any lenses on these guys yet. We should probably. Mesh. Reapply. More enemies. Alright, now where is extraction exactly? Behind us, okay.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Tell me away. Oh, wrong direction. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
It is done.
Now we have Evolution 3. Yes, that's right. That was not in the final form. Oh, we did have a Zernark lens on something. Oh, probably the Vidar. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. That's no lens. That's just a flat 15 we got from picking it up. So we do have to put lenses on things. So that was a 20-minute mission. And we killed 3,451 sad infested. That's a lot. If it wasn't for the Reflect Acolyte, I think we should have been fine. But we had a health regen shard. I don't think it wouldn't have been an issue at all. So just for small times. Pretty sure my Equinox has one of those. It has that one, but that's for... What do we want to remove just for now on the people we're testing? Frost Prime has my casting speed ones. Trying to remember which color is the regen. It's crimson, right? Or is it amber? It's gonna be the other one, right? Oh, it's the blue one. You would think the red one would be health, but it's not. Alright, so the casting shards, we could take that off. So we'll take this guy over, remove the shard. Oh, wait, right, it's the blue one. I just you just figured that out. Goldfish memory strikes again. Alright, so who's got a blue on them then? Ah. We'll remove this one from him and add it to Lavos for now. We'll get another one. We've been not doing enough of our Archon hunts or our Netracell runs. Alrighty.
Ready for action.
Ready for action indeed. That should deal with our big hits between Grace. And if we're doing it like that, then because Grace doesn't seem to want to apply for us as much as we need it to, we're going to go back to Guardian then as the idea. Alright, we get the third evolution. Yeah, the only thing that matters here is range. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, the movement speed is nice. But the more people you hit is the more you apply, the more you spread, the more you kill. It'll be better the further down steel path you go. So I think we go with that. So now we have to reach 10 times combo multiplier 10 times. Well, that's not going to be hard. That's not going to be hard at all. Now, do we want to... Do we want to add any combo here? Or do we just switch to Naramon? Let's try it. We'll switch to Naramon. See how it goes. We don't use energy, so there's really no point in being Zenuric. Matarai is probably what we would be switching to full time, I believe, if we find a way of making our combo counter work without the use of Naramon, really. I mean, we didn't really have an issue because, as I suspected, you basically have so many enemies, you should be able to get between groups with Infested, especially in Steel Path. But there were times, and we can always eliminate the there were times, right? Who knows when that becomes an unfortunate circumstance.
You must provide cover for a lone Tenno operative. Set off the alarms and keep the infested busy.
Got it.
A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
More enemies. This room's a little too big for optimal spawns, I think. We need to find something that's better, although it would be nice if we could get our combo to 10 times before. This hallway might be fine. Okay, then we'll use. Then we can build again. Gotta reapply. I mean, consider you're basically only pressing 4 at most, and then holding 3, and then pressing 1 every like 50 seconds. The playstyle outside of your melee use is very lazy, which is, you know, in many ways a huge bonus for us Warframe players. Oh, come on. We need enemies, please. Alright, so we got to 2 times. It's weird because I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like we're getting to 9 times and it's counting us for the achievement for 10 times, which is really interesting. I don't know if that was miscoded. But we got it, so reset it. Gotta reapply our influence, reapply our nourish. Thankfully their timer is very similar, so you pretty much always reapply your nourish, like basically right after you do your melee influence, because you'll notice your melee influence isn't working pretty much around the time when nourish will fall off. So that works out. So we're about to get to 9 times. I wonder if we're going to get the achievement again. Yeah, we just got 10 times combo multiplier when we went to 9 times again. That seems to be bugged. I don't know if they want to fix that, but we're getting it a little too early. Which is unfortunate. Yep. Need to reapply. Get rid of this combo too. I don't know what I was doing. We're trying to build the 10. We gotta go back. Alright, which spell accolade we're gonna get this time? Okay, Misery. That's not the one that reflects, so we should be fine. Oh, he's down there. We don't even have to hit him, really, do we? But we will. Mostly because where are our enemies? Ah, we lost combo. Alright. We'll reset it again. Go immediately. So we need to reset. And reapply. Get rid of this combo. They're just being frozen by the Incarnon, which is really cool.
Help our cause. Extraction is available if you need it.
We got these cool little like ice daggers following us. It's pretty cool. It's just a bonus though, as far as condition overload and influences involved. Oh god, please don't kill him before I get to them. Alright, reset combo. Did you get that? Oh, we did, okay. You do have to hit something with the one. I usually use the one on Lavos to reapply the electricity for melee influence. But you do actually have to hit a mob with it for it to work. So do keep that in mind. So many numbers. Apply. I really should get lenses on these things. The amount of focus we're leaving on the floor right now. I really do think if we switch to gas, we would be having trouble with the combo multiplier far more. One of those things where sometimes, every once in a while, killing is too fast is actually bad for you. Oh, he's dead. And our Archon shard is doing work. It's keeping us up there quite easily. So we don't have to worry about anything else as far as survivability, I believe. I think we're pretty much Gucci there. Alright, reset combo. We'll just do that early. Violence, okay. Don't have to worry about him. I'm chunking the crap out of him and I have no idea where he is. Oh, there he is. Now he's dead. That's kind of nice because honestly in the infested missions it's very easy to lose track of the Acolyte. It's like there's just so much stuff exploding on your screen at all times. Alright, reset again. We just need to do that one more time and then we can get out of here. Oh, didn't hold long enough. There we go. And this is just one way of doing it, honestly. The Vidar way is also pretty decent. I would say this is much faster clear. But the Vidar way of doing it is, or should I say the Gaze way of doing it is very, very lazy. Alright, we have it. can go ahead and get the heck out of Dodge.
Look what our Tenno operative just found.
Super
They
speed.
could not do
Wait,
this
was it
without
this way?
you.
It is this way. Okay. Friggin' infested missions have some of the hardest things to figure out where the heck you're supposed to go.
What you've learned here will serve you well.
I think we did okay though. All right, the last evolution. How many? 1,400 died in 10 minutes. So actually, it was a little bit lower of a kill rate than we had last mission. Okay, so base status chance, but 12% and 25% status duration is good. We don't need base critical chance because 30% is more than enough for Blood Rush. So this one is the best. Now the question is with that being the way it is now, 79.2% status chance. All right, so here's what I want to do. Take off Weeping Wounds and put on Drifting Contact. So what that'll do is, because it has the 40% status chance, it helps us get even higher. And 93.6%, that's pretty much good enough, right? We already have a 100% chance on the electricity, and it's 93.6 chance to do all of these. Plus, we have the Dirija that is also going to be doing a lot of this work for us as far as the spreading statuses to things so that we can actually then spread it again with influence. Plus, 10% combo duration, so it's 15 seconds instead of 5, which lets us go and do what we should probably have been doing, which is be in Matter Eye. For that sweet increases. Okay, with Phoenix Talons.
I've been thinking, Operator. I thought you'd want to know. If I may say, Operator.
Oh damn, 2 Ortis interactions back to back within a second. That's incredible. Now, if you want to see the difference between the Gaze way of doing things and the Okina way of doing things, I'll show you at the beginning of this mission, basically. And the reason why it's so fun is it's a completely different element. So instead of holding 3...
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start.
So instead of holding 3 to apply electricity, we're going to hold 2 to apply cold.
The infested are releasing toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for survival.
And basically, you just freeze everything to death until it blows up. That's it. Freeze everything till it blows up. Yeah, the clear speed is nowhere near the Okina, but it's still very comfortable. Reload, slow, freeze, kill, slow, freeze, kill, over and over again. I made my gaze beam black because otherwise you just never see what you're doing otherwise. So I highly suggest that. Works better in a tighter space. So So you probably want to find like a hallway. Oh, actually, oop, we kind of screwed up there. 1 second. I hit I hit 3. So we just added magnetic for a second there when we didn't want to.
I've delivered a life
Muscle
support
memory
capsule
sometimes
to
will
the
betray
area.
you if you use both of these.
Activating it will buy you more time.
You basically have 2 weapons platforms in one when you use this. I would use this more for things that aren't survival missions where clear speed is actually king. This is more for like things where you're running through and you don't care and you know you're just flying around. Bing bang boom. Oh, our nourish is gone. And we put our cold back on. You can tell the difference in damage when you don't have the cold proc and the nourish on is quite considerable.
Prepare for life support.
Still good enough. Well, let's go back to the other way of doing things, shall we? Oh. Alright. As you can tell, this is the stronger way of doing things. The Okina Prime is like crazy with this. And you also get the cold from the melee as well. I mean, we aren't even in this room. What are we doing with it? This is definitely the way to deal with infested missions, where you care about killing everything very quickly. Because they will just melt before you. We'll even activate our Incarnon here. Put back our nourish. Where the heck? Oh, I see some numbers over there. Everything dies. At least we have combo, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. We've got 15 seconds to find somebody. That should be more than enough in an infested mission. The things that are just flying at things. It's also kind of cool because one of the most annoying things I always found about infested missions is the flyers. And you don't have to worry about flyers at all because they get absolutely lambasted by this way of playing. To me, this way of playing right here with the Okina Prime and using melee influence and using Lavos' 3 with Nourish, this is your ultimate answer to infested. You don't need anything else once you have these. And I'm not using primed versions of a lot of these mods. So a lot of this is extremely easy to get to. Any player could rock pretty much any Steel Path mission with this. You don't need a crap ton of mods to get into this.
Successful start. Extraction is
One
available.
Archon shard for health regen and your normal mods. Not even primed mods half the time. And you're good. This will absolutely demolish Steel Path Infested. The hardest part is probably actually getting the Incarnon because you would need access to Zariman. I wonder where that guy is. He's 23 meters behind us and he's taking damage from a slash proc, I guess. Get over here, Misery. Thank you. Quite easily the most brain dead way of playing melee. we could get for infested. I only need to watch 2 timers now. Or even need to care about my combo counter at all. I could probably live here all day too. Easy peasy. And we're not even using our like Vial Rush or anything. We could be using that to apply other colds when we are outside of our Incarnons. Because that will help with melee influence because it's another CC status that will help condition overload as well. So you could add Vial Rush to your wave. If you want to like maximize, if you seriously want to just make sure this thing does everything it can, you could add Vial Rush to it. Your rotation of things that you are talking about. You see like a group of enemies, you just Vial Rush into them. It'll do cold. Then you spread that. Reapply. Oh, get knocked down as one does. Normally the Akina Prime is actually pretty good at resisting knockdowns through animations, so you don't usually have to worry about that, but pretty hilarious, isn't it? All things told. And certainly looks like we don't have to worry about the lack of Weeping Runes. I think the application rate is more than sufficient for pretty much everything. Should probably go back in this direction, shouldn't we? Just to be closer to these 3. Okay. Murdered. Now we'll reapply. I think we actually missed that, but it counted. This will be fun with the ramp. Not bad, not bad. Oh, jeez, what are we doing up there? You sort of move your radius of death in all directions as you go along. If for some reason you do find that you're struggling to kill with this, like let's say you're like in super late Steel Path and you're going up against like level 400, level 500 enemies after a little while, I would say Gas is where you should then mod into next. Because Gas is going to do a lot in the spread that we're seeing here, especially versus Infested. Malice. So this is the guy we probably die to. Just saying. Because we're going to do a lot of damage to ourselves here.
We will all share in this bounty.
So yeah, see how much damage we're doing to ourselves? We touch anything and we kill ourselves.
The spores have almost completely saturated the atmosphere.
Yep, that's why I moved over here.
Life support has been replenished.
Of course, we should be able to get that back up with everyone finally now spawning over where we wanted them to be instead of just following us from the other area. Oh yeah, that's right, our Incarnon reset on death so we can get that back. Yeah, so Malice is really your only danger because you will kill yourself. You cannot control how much damage you do to him. Every single time you hit anything, it's going to spread to Malice, and once his damage reflect is on, you're going to kill yourself. That's the one issue. I guess if you run into Malice, run. Wait till that reflect goes away, and then go back and kill him. Because it does end. Can't chunk him fast enough, sadly. Oh, hello. This is quite nice. Proof of concept. Perfect. Excellent.
They fought well. Good deaths, all.
All right. So we pretty much figured that out. So what else have we got to do? Well, I'm glad you asked. We'll go back to the default loadout just so we don't mess with our loadouts too much, because that's pretty much good. But we have the Sicarus Prime and the Sybaris Prime of the new... Where is he? There he is. Of the new Incarnons to figure out. Now, last time I had the Sybaris Prime, doing anything was a long, long time ago, and I formatted it to put on a Riven I don't even have anymore. I believe I sold it. Too bad. Never sell a good Riven for a weapon in Warframe, because you never know when they're going to add a really good Incarnon for it. So we're going to have to do things a little bit differently, aren't we? Weak point hits. Okay. Fire 4-round burst and gain blast status. Cool. Now that's probably would be very good against Infested as well, so we'll have to consider that. Complete a solo mission with this weapon equipped, so we can totally do that. But first, here's what we're going to do.
Orders went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty.
Well, that's very interesting.
There I go again.
We're going to put on Frost Prime, which is our main versus Grineer as of right now. And we're going to... We're going to do some Elite Sanctuary Onslaughts. Get these things right up. And then we're going to start figuring out how we're going to incorporate them into our builds. Oh, we do want a team for that. We'll see exactly how the Sybaris does. We can achieve Incarnon, just where we have it. See where it lacks. Sometimes I like to do that, just to figure out what you lack when you don't have a lot, and then sort of mod towards that. So sometimes you can do that from the full, sometimes you can't. But with Incarnates being so strong, sometimes it's good to gimp yourself a little and ooh, just fly off the map. Okay. Well, I need an enemy to shoot to get Incarnate. Get back here. Refuse to show me your head, why don't you? You know what? Alright, so we have it now. So what are we looking at here? Oh, I see. Okay. This is like a spread weapon with single target as the damage. So we're gonna need radius. We're gonna need more damage. We're gonna probably need status effects. I wonder if it's affected by fulmination. So not fulmination, but firestorm. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you can see it kills other people. AoE weapon in a single shot. I like that. I mean, obviously AoE meta is king. It usually is in most things. The reload speed's kind of awful for charging Incarn. Also, this takes a while. Like a really long time. Like I bet you this like we go to Sybaris Prime, right? Oh, we can actually find a head. Nope, everyone's dying. This is weak spots too, is it not? Interesting. Oh, there you go. See how quick that is in comparison? We have it already. Ah, wow, that actually does a crap ton of damage. And we don't have a mod on this. We just killed Bombard with like weird amount of damage.
I have opened a new data conduit.
But yeah, you noticed how slow the Sybaris Prime was in comparison? So that's kind of interesting to notice. Like the Incarnate is very slow to charge. Like way too slow. Show me your head, dang it. There we go, that guy's got a big head. Okay, I could definitely see the value of this Incarnate right away. Everybody loves AoE. Spreads proc. It's kind of like a shorter range than one would hope, though. But we can probably improve that. Still does a decent amount of damage. With Lavos, this could be interesting too. course, these are non-steel path enemies, of course, but wow, that wasn't me, was it? That had to be something he did. How are we doing? Max rank Cerberus and 24 rank Sicarus? Okay, or Sicarus. My regular Star Chart is too easy. Incarnon. Interesting. Didn't get that guy, huh? That time it did. We're definitely gonna have to find a way of increasing the range of that rock, I think. I mean, it did spread the status there, didn't it?
Enter the conduit now.
Right. Yeah, so teams not going past Zone 2 is very iconic.
Hurry, Hunter. The conduit is closing fast.
I don't think we did much to help. Yeah, 9%. Yep, we were doing a lot of testing.
Hunter.
Well, we got the max
The
rank
sanctuary
Cerberus,
will go
so
on
we
without
can sort of just go on our merry way. All right, so we have a lot to consider regarding that Incarnon. Whoa, how did I end up here? Interesting. Okay, so obviously we're gonna need an adapter. Primary Merciless. Primary Deadhead could be good here. But we'll go for Merciless for now. Okay, so let's see what we're getting here in the future. Okay, those two are both pretty good. I feel like multi-shot's probably better though. Weapon recoil is probably the only thing there that actually affects both the Incarnon and the regular modes, so we'll go with weapon recoil minus. Base dash chance increase could be good. Fires 4-round bursts and gains blast status. Yeah, I think we're probably going to go elemental dominance, at least initially. So, what do we want to do here? Amalgam Serration, Galvanized Chamber.
I run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
So that's a 30% crit chance, 25% chance of status. Probably looking at Firestorm here for the spread. Hunter munitions could be good. We can get that crit up a lot higher. Fire rate becomes 2.67. It's kind of slow. I don't hate it though. Usually armaments could be good here too. We definitely want to get some more status though. Now, with the spread on the blast, I kind of want to try out gas here. The 5% status, because we are going to get things from the Incarnon that will help with that. We're under 90%. We're on 90% crit right now. All right, you can't have those two. We only have 8. How do we want to do this? We could get more status with another. Do gas electricity. Versus most people that would be kind of okay. Let's do a rank 7 or 8 vital sense just to see how it works. Our gas back. Probably not going to end up being our final way of doing things, but I do want to see how it goes. So now we need to get the evolutions back. So complete a solo mission with this weapon equipped is super simple. What I like to do for this is actually very similar. If you've seen me get Argon Crystals, it's pretty much the same thing. What I do is I just go to regular path. I go solo. You could be on friends only. It'll count too. Let's just claim some rewards while we're here. Oh, a melee ribbon mod. Well, might have to look at that. And then what I do is I go to the void and I just do Hepit. Super simple. Because capture missions are super easy to do, right? So what you do is you just
capture mission. You must find, capture, and
go into your
extract our
ball,
target.
just bounce around.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before
One tap the capture target, and then just roll to extraction. The easiest way of doing it that I found.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
That direction. You might be able to do this faster with Bolt, but unless you bounce a lot, you're going to go faster with the ball. Oh, we had to go underneath.
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
I don't know how long that took, but it was pretty darn quick. 59 seconds, so we did that in under a minute. All right, so second evolution, multi-shot's probably the win here. No, most of the time, if multi-shot is an option, it's usually the win. I think elemental dominance is also the way to go. Increase base magazine capacity by plus 12 doesn't really give us anything. Yeah, a marksman's hand definitely makes the most sense. It does have a decent amount of recoil as well. So, that in mind. Go back to our Frost Prime friend. And I want to do a little bit of testing on Steel Path, but not like crazy Steel Path. So, Mariana. We'll get that Incarnon up to 100 kills.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Interesting. There's quite a bit of hop on it, isn't there?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
A heavy unit.
In her name.
Oh, what the heck? I wasn't paying attention to something, obviously. Oh, we gotta build it again? Boom. Man, this takes so long to build Incarnons. It's terrible. Now, if you're wondering what I normally do with Frost, it's very much not this. It usually involves using the 2 there, as you'll notice. And a much stronger weapon than this. But, oh, that's why. Okay, Kuva's still back? Yeah, we could maybe take that. Sure.
Queens have chosen you, soldier. You are to be gifted.
All right. Get back to the main way of doing things here. Okay. Okay. Definitely gonna need some different mods, I think. Of course, we don't have all the evolutions. This could be a different story once the evolutions become better. It might be a status chance issue here. Ah!
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
That was too quick. Oh, of course I had to reload now. The Incarnon really is just insanely too long. They should really fix that to yeah, I'm just gonna press that button. They really should change how much it takes to charge, because it's just insane. I don't hate it. But it's definitely a little bit different than I was expecting it to be. Also, yeah, I can't wait to get that
another successful mission. Find extraction.
minus recoil actually now. Recoil is kind of weird. Ooh, 2 million on that thermal. Interesting. Only need 17 more. Okay, get back into Incarnon though. Oh, it's completely stopped spawning new enemies, so on we go.
From my little niece. Thank you, darling.
Oh, my Kuva. Terrible.
You imagine yourself toxic. I'll show you toxic.
All right. We're gonna get 17 more kills. I kind of want to do that exact mission again because I'm interested in a few things that happened there.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Okay. Now we
Stay
normally would
focused.
have a much
There's heavy
higher
unit approaching.
density of enemies in much different modes than the exterminate here, but I think it's a status issue right now, which can be fixed. In fact, one of the evolutions will fix that, so we might not have to build too heavily into it. I wonder if if we should be building more towards the slash component with Hunter Mission's idea. Does do a halfway okay amount of damage. There we go, this will be perfect. Yes, okay. Yes, AoE is definitely the strength of it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay. I didn't even know that was a challenge we were doing. Yay us.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Oh, Malice, great. We're killing ourselves. My man is killing us by killing ourselves. There we go. Much easier to control what you're doing when you don't use melee influence.
Everyone pays in my playground, one way or the other.
Normally I trade for liches. It's interesting that is actually the first time that I've actually spawned one myself. I was unaware of that milestone. Okay. I think Marksman's Hand is definitely what we want. So what do we gotta do here? Get 40 headshots with this weapon in Incarnon form in a single mission. That seems like that would be pretty darn simple.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Hmm. Does Firestorm even infect it is the question. As I suspected, the magazine is not affected by mods. Burst count is increased. Forward shots have guaranteed blast proc damage. Critical multiplier and stat chance are increased, but critical chance is reduced. Okay. So it is. Okay. Has an animation equal to the reload speed. That's interesting. Okay, so in that case, I want to try something else. Well, if we're doing it like that. Iron form, it's now 84% status chance. Get a little bit more damage. I don't imagine that Firestorm would actually have much of an effect. I'm incentivized to switch to aptitude here. Sort of get our condition overload for the rifle, basically. I think would be the most efficacious in this particular context. So viral heat should get us some nice heat transference and heat inherent on multiple shots. We could use a little bit more in the fire rate department. We don't need critical delay anymore, so we can put vigilante armaments up there. I don't think we're playing for crits here. I mean, some crits might be okay, so in that case, That would probably be better. But we do gain the fire rate back, which I think is going to help us. We could always do the scope, because we do want a headshot. And we probably will be... doing that, but the base crit might actually help more. We'll test. Well, I think we'll have to test the difference between those two mods. Now, the last evolution is probably the most good one, basically, for us because of its status effect. Yeah, its status effect increase will be good for us. We're gonna get quite a few of them on it with this. So we need 40 headshots, so that's like easy. But I want to test this setting, which is base steel path right now. We need some people to stay alive a bit so we can actually charge Incarnon. Thank you. Alright, so we basically have at least 4 shots. Dealing guaranteed status. So this should be pretty crazy. What I want to find is a group of enemies.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay. Not many actual hits. I wonder if this would be better against higher tier enemies than this. This might be like one of those situations where you need a lot more bulk to kill. Kind of like wasting damage, if that makes sense.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's
Perfect.
the Grenier.
I figured it'd be the Grenier. The enemies. Where are the enemies? Oh, they're down there again. The roller balls. Perfect. Yeah, there's a lot of damage. It's almost like you need like a...
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You need something to work on, almost. That's what it feels like. Feels too much. Feels too quickly right now on base. Still path for our functions. Well, where the hell did you go, bud? The Incarnon charge is the worst. All right, now we can actually get some stuff done. Trying to do that. Fine. Okay, sure, buddy. Yeah, it helps better if you have a big thing to hit. Yeah. Then it does more to the little things. So it's like a huge unit. This is an Eximus killer.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Did we get the mission? I don't see it, so I guess we did. Malice, interesting. Yeah. Damage reflect, damage reflect, damage reflect. Ah, thought it was over, it wasn't. Definitely the most annoying of the acolytes because you can't just kill them.
I didn't say you could play here. Now, give me that.
All right.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and
131.3%, okay.
and make the Lotus proud.
In that case, we would probably be better off removing these and putting in, like, the full damage ones. Because with multi-shot, we're going to be firing 8 rounds. We could put in more for split chamber. But yeah, this is going to be a weapon you got to forma a few times, I think. It's interesting, though. Does a crap ton of damage, for sure. Because if you think about it, right? You're doing basically 16k base. It's 8 times 2. So 16k base.
Knock.
Now who would be knocking all the way out here?
Overall, I think the biggest weakness to this Incarnon so far is the thing I've been talking about. It's too hard to get into Incarnon. So let's go to this one. I gotta build me a catalyst, I think. This one's already got it, right? Yeah. I believe I have a reactor, but not a catalyst. Gotten the alerts. Is there an Arcan Catalyst available? No? Okay, well, we'll muddle through and unlock the evolutions for now. Ricochet bullets, eh? I think this one makes the most sense. I mean, plus 40% damage to enemies below half health. That sounds awesome. We might see the other one be good. It's a little interesting. All right, so how do we build this? We only have half of it right now. Oh, just had one of those things where a sneeze was showing up but didn't come. It's annoying. Now we had to kill 100 enemies with this in the Incarnon form. We're probably going to need more than this. Womp womp womp. Okay, so we need a catalyst for sure. Gonna find a way of getting that. Well, we'll do that another day, I think. We'll talk about the Sikaris Prime another day. Alright, so in that case, now it's time for us to go to our wonderful friend at a certain relay. Start ironing out the Sybaris Prime concept. Orc battle group. Pause AI. Actually, what we want is a corrupted heavy gunner Eximus, I think, because we want something that's Eximus. I think that's where this weapon really shines. Also, let's just sort of get our Incarnon off somebody. Alright, so interesting. Let's try something else with this then. We had to change any of these for that? No, but I do want to try this for a second. And I want to try building it slightly differently than we have been. For the sake of argument, let's do it slightly differently. One off, huh? All right. We're going to go a little more crit slash focused here. It definitely clears a little bit faster, I think. But the other one had higher, higher high roll potential, I think. The question is, do that. We go down to 75% crit, but we go up to 83.6% status. And would it be better if we were viral? Presumably, when you hit a group that's tightly knit, yeah, okay. Interesting. That seemed slightly better, didn't it? Config A versus config B. Well, let's try config. If we had heat, that would be much cooler. Gives us 100% status chance, and we add heat and even more damage. But we do lose 3 times crit damage. But we're only critting 70%. I mean, 75% of the time on 8 shots is going to be a guaranteed multiple crits. So, all in all, could be better. I can see some Warframe interactions making this very strong. I do like it. Flash procs could be a little bit higher though. Out of curiosity. All right, what do we want to add? Corrosive. Okay. That's pretty spicy. Yeah, that's a pretty spicy combination. Big B on this one, eh? How does this get improved upon? Viral heat with hunter munitions. 75% crit means that you are critting very often enough to make the slash procs worth it. Hunter munitions does a crap ton. We're basically just, with Lavos, I mean, we're basically just annihilating level 145 Eximus heavy gunners like they're not even there. Now, out of curiosity, if we go back to Frost Prime, and we actually use what we would be doing if we actually played with Frost Prime, how does this go? I will do the same enemies. So. Oh, we did? What? Didn't seem like it was doing anything there. Wasn't all that much of a difference, honestly. Oh, there we go. Just had to let our molt augmented kick in just a bit. Then it became significant. This is the strip. Really what lets it down is the Incarnon generation. Like if you go Boar Prime, right? So we have the Incarnon fully set up for this. Oh. Yeah, let's do the same thing again, actually. The Boar Prime is one of those things where you don't even care if you get the Incarnon out because the primary way of using it's so good. So if I were to do the same thing, it's actually still good, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a heck of a lot faster, and it's much easier to get into Incarnate, isn't it? Now we know from previous streams that the Latron Prime is absolutely insane too. I think elemental dominance is the right way of doing things. Now, if we were to form of this, what would we change? Not much, right? Because we wanted the extra status chance that the dual stat mods are giving us. Galvanized scope helped. But would galvanized aptitude not be better? Because of that condition overload, right? It's got to be better. I don't think we need the crit angle to do as much as it was before. Now keep in mind we do have the Dirija, right? So that's going to be helping. So without the Dirija... Wow. It's interesting, isn't it? Now keep in mind, that's without the armor strip from Frost 4. Like at all. Or Thermal Sunder. Sorry, Breach Surge. I always get those two mixed up. I knew as soon as I said it that I got it wrong. So we do that. Suddenly that's a whole nother ball game, isn't it? That's a lot faster. A lot faster. That's impressive. Okay, I see the value. And there are other interactions that are probably going to be really good for that too. The damage link. I can't remember. Is it Caliban or Revenant? One of them has a damage link ability. Might be someone else I'm thinking of. I could see that being good. There's quite a few examples of Warframes that could make a great deal of use from this. And of course, if we had something like Roar on it as well, that would give us the faction mod bonus. So that would make it better. So anybody you could put Roar on, I think would be very good for this. I do like it with Frost though. And both Frost and Lavos felt really good there. He is kind of like a weapons platform, so it makes sense. If you're the kind of person that likes to play Ember, Ember would be good for this as well, I believe. With the build that makes her a weapons platform. Basically, any weapons platform Warframe would be really good here. I like it. It's a good Incarnon. I just wish it charged faster. If they could fix that, it'd be perfect. And, you know, we might want to increase the fire rate some more. We're going to have to form a... Yeah, it's pretty good at Grenier and Corrupted, I would imagine. So... But also... Oh, sure, do that then. Yeah, Festive are going to be interesting. The only problem with that is you're going to have a lot of people you're going to waste rounds on. I don't think you need to bring this much firepower to an infested mission. This is going to be a weapon you mostly use against Grenier and Corrupted. But it can easily handle infested XMI if you're so inclined. Also, I don't have the Elementalist mods yet, but I will be getting. I know that Rifle Elementalist makes a lot of sense on this as well, because of the increased status damage. So I would definitely be using that as well. What I would drop for is a question. Maybe Hunter Munitions? I wonder. Let's assume for a second Hunter Munitions doesn't exist. How else do we make this better? Yeah, well, let's test Firestorm. Because I wasn't sure if it was actually going to be helping or not. In a controlled environment, we should know better. Let's get some energy. It seems to hit from far there. 50K on that. $284 on the blast proc is interesting. Definitely seems like a waste of a slot, honestly. The shot is always good. Don't know why it does that sometimes where it goes down to 14. At least the multi-shot helps with the charging of the Incarnon. That's really nice. The high rolls do seem to be connected to the crits. And we pretty much always aim with this, don't we? Because if you don't, then it's kind of not so good. I guess with the recoil negative, it actually doesn't really matter all that much. Hitting definitely matters. Can't have critical delay and point strike on. Let's reintroduce Vital Sense. I want to see that again. without aiming. Oh wow, they're just all dead. Alright, I respect this. The Force Black Blast proc is kind of nice because of the amount of damage it does to everyone else, so that when you do something like Breach Surge, it definitely spreads a lot of damage very quickly across multiple enemies. The funny thing is about this is that the difference between Incarnon and non-Incarnon isn't a whole lot pronounced here. Alright, so see what I mean there? Like, Incarnon versus non-Incarnon is... I mean, really, the difference is basically just one shot, right? And a blast proc, which is good. And a difference in stats, I guess. 200 extra base damage. Drop in crit, but higher status chance, but you're still over 100%, so... I mean, it's twice as many bullets. Right? Not a 3-round burst, it's a 2-round burst. So it's twice as many bullets. So that's basically what you get, right? Twice as many bullets, and then the multi-shot is going to double that instead of what you're normally doing. So we're going to get 8 right now, roughly. 1.7, so you probably get more like, 7 or 6. But I guess 7, really. Versus 3 or 4. So that's really... And the blast proc. That's really the difference here. So it should definitely have a better performance, the Incarnon. But the actual evolutions applying to everything are the real thing that's good about the Incarnon. So I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it takes forever to get into an Incarnon form, because it's still good in the regular form. It's not like the Latran Incarnon, right? Which is like the Latran Incarnon is such a massive improvement over the base version in Incarnon form. Same thing with like the Boar Prime is probably more similar to the Cerberus Prime in that you don't care if you don't have Incarnon, because the base version of this with the Incarnon buffs is arguably as good as the actual Incarnon. So it really works out well in that case. I love the Boar Prime with the Incarnate. It's so much fun. Wish we had a reactor. We're gonna have to, sorry, not a reactor, a catalyst. We're gonna have to come back to that Sicarus. Although, oh, we killed everything. I am curious. Oh, talk about a lightning fast transition to Incarnate. That's amazing. Okay, yeah. So this, when it's modded, is going to be pretty insane, I think. I mean, I got 3 mods on that, and I was still doing halfway what I would expect a modded weapon to do without Incarnons. And we're not even done the evolutions at all. Not even close. This is going to be a very interesting weapon. For a secondary, too, because secondaries are kind of meh, right? Like, there's a lot of not so good secondaries around. I like the Arca-Cisco. I still have to get the dual Toxicist Incarnate. I'm sure that's going to be good. The Prisma Angstrom with the Incarnate's pretty nice. We haven't got the 4th evolution yet, so we should probably get that done. We need to forma it at least once. But just in its current state as well. I believe all you need is direct hits, right? So that's 1 shot for that. It's just so funny. Yeah, you can see why someone would want to use that in a build like this. Look at a screen shake though. Oh my gosh. The cool thing about it is how it bounces too, because in a lot of maps that's going to be pretty crazy. So it's nice to have more secondary options now that they're adding them with the Incarnons. The Prisma Angstrom definitely helps. One of the best is actually if you have a Tomb Finger. This is one of the better secondaries pre the Incarnons. I mean, of course, unless you're like doing some sort of priming with the Zacti or the Epitaph. We just got the Epitaph Prime recently. So that would be nice. Cyanax is good for corpuses. So there's a couple of things that are individual. I've always liked the Arca-Cisco, especially for like long range maps, like open world, like Plains of Eidolon. But of course, I do have a nice Riven. I mean, it's not the craziest Riven ever, but it's pretty decent, I would say. It works for me. This does quite a bit of damage when you're highly zoomed in. It's always been enough for me. But now that we have the Angstrom Incarnon and now the Sickers Prime Incarnon and the Dual Toxis Incarnon, which we still have to get, there's a lot more options, I think, in the secondary group that aren't just primers. So I really appreciate that they've been adding things like that. But can at least start getting those evolutions on the Sickers. So let's get that done. We don't have to be in Steel Path because it's just killing. How do we want to do then? Only 29%, eh? Hey, it's frozen. I guess that's not bad. What was it doing? Yes. Somewhere we want a capture mission makes the most sense here, I think. Although we might not be able to charge Incarnon off of them that easily. It does seem to be very quick though, so I'm not too worried about this.
Bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Okay, that might be a problem. These guys are too easy.
We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
That was costly. Funny, the ricochet doesn't seem to be very long range, is it?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There we go, finally. People are close enough to ricochet. Dang it. Just get them to stand close enough to each other. Need to find a nice place for them to start spawning. There we go. The multi. Oh, that was nice. You can see how this gun would be absolute trash on regular Star Chart, but like gold on Steel Path. There's just not enough enemies on normal Star Chart to care. They don't stand close enough together. They're not dangerous enough. Or more. Need to find a room we haven't been in before, then there'll be like crap tons of dudes in there. Probably one of these down
Stay
here would be a
focused.
good choice.
There's a heavy
Oh,
unit approaching.
what did we just see? Oh, there's a crap ton of people coming in now. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. Now, I mean, why? Where were you guys all the whole time?
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I got that done. Weapon recoil. 40 headshots. I think we can manage that. Just 3 mods. I think you know what we're gonna do. Actually, this will let us wait 55 to 75. No, we want the steel path one. So also let us test the Sybaris Prime in its final form. Base steel path.
Accept your death.
But also,
and
this will
you
be
may yet
real easy to
avoid
get this done.
Trust in your training.
Wait, why are we killing these guys so quick? There's 3 mods on this thing. A what? That was so quick. That's so funny. Kind of funny how quickly we're actually killing these guys, though, right? If I had mods on this thing would absolutely shred these poor bastards. Of course, it has to have the armor strip for my 4 avalanche
Stay focused.
to
There's a
do
heavy
anything
unit
seriously fast. As you can tell. Yeah. With the armor strip with just 3 mods, pretty good. Alright, let's go into Sybaris mode. There's guys over here? Nope. Below us, I guess. Normal Sybaris, not bad. Alright, Dan Star. Normally I'd be in Zenuric when I'm Frost. That's weird. You want me to go down there? Oh, wait. Oh yeah. Oh, 28 million? That was kind of funny. That was in fact 28 million, was it not?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Might have just been a couple of numbers that got popped together. 7.8 million? Okay, I believe it now. That was definitely 7.8 million. Oh, of course it's Malice. Couldn't have been anyone else, huh? Where are you, son of a bitch? Don't cast it on me. Yeah, we killed him before he cast it on me. Not enough people. Oh, right. Auto breach. You guys like damage me a bit? Maybe just a little bit. That was very rude of you. Yeah, the base version is still very good. Let's go into Incarnon here.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You have broken their ranks and they are on the run.
Wow.
Another
Even without
successful mission. Find
Red, that's pretty
extraction.
amazing. $13.7 million. Okay. Sure. You like big numbers. Can certainly do that.
Little sweet. Too kind. I shall buy something lovely with this.
Well, thanks.
A germ weapon.
I'm glad you
perhaps.
enjoy. I would normally be on Xenurk there, but I believe we were on. Oh, we were on Xenurk. Okay, perfect. And I should have done more of the 5-1s to get the radial pulse. Does that mean if I switch over here, I become matter? Oh, see, it wasn't part of the actual loadout information. So I assumed it didn't actually save your focus school, but now that I know that it does, that's actually really cool. Most of these we would stay in Xenurk, but some of them we would not. Like this would be better if it was Madurai. It would all be Xenurk too. This one, I think would be better Madurai. It's a good thing we actually noticed that, because that's really good. Cool. Okay. So there's that. So the Lavos weapons platform has been fully figured out. The Sybaris Prime, I say, is 80% figured out. Still want to understand some of the mechanics better, so I'm going to look up a few things in the wiki. As I'm sure any Warframe player knows, you don't really know anything until you've looked at the wiki on anything. So many behind-the-scenes interactions on things that you would never even think of on a lot of weapons. And we'll get to the Sybaris Prime another day when we have our Orcan Catalyst. I don't have the Kuva Sobek, so I'm gonna whack out, beat up this Kuva Lich at some point as well.
How shocking it must have been for you to have killed a girl, only to turn around and find the body gone.
Tet. Sorry, you will not be long for this world. I will let that lich stew for a bit. Let's enjoy the fruit of our spoils. Or the spoils of our victory. Well, do we really want to put the stickers prime to all the shows? No, not really.
All set.
Let's start doing some infested missions. Where would we be doing those? Deimos? Have we got the Deimos? Yes, we have. Okay. No, this is the Sanctum Anatomica, so we have to go back to Mars. We haven't done a war yet. Okay. What else is a infested area that we have access to? We have to start getting these nodes done. So far I've been testing on Gabby. Now we have a lot of our... Oh, what do you know? It's like Krill again. This time it has Captain Vor on it again. It changed a few of those things. Now that we have our... basically all faction answers, we're going to start doing more of these Steel Path things. But with Let Krill being the thing we got to go through... I want to get to Deimos. I have no reason to want to do this by myself. So if someone wants to join, they can.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
Nice.
Eliminating Krill is the only chance for our exposed colony.
Perfect, that's all we need.
Krill is aware of your presence. Strike first.
I would hope so. And killing a few of his guys on the way.
Krill is a seasoned war hero with many battles under his belt. His victories are decided by his trusty hammer, one which he wields with brutal consequences.
Oh, there it is.
Target acquired. Take them down.
He needs to hurry up and do his thing.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yep. Hurry up. Let's go. Finally. One of the worst mechanics for a boss, really. The waiting for him to expose himself thing.
Contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Because of his backpack.
They fought well. Good deaths, all.
That's all. Imagine getting to Steel Path and needing Excalibur pieces. Yeah, sure.
Operator, communications await your attention.
Oh, what do you know? Defense. Steel Path. Infested. Interesting. We know what we're going to be using to that. Got an Octavia, huh? Not enough enemies is going to be our problem today. Although it's funny that we just hit a guy and like 14 numbers came up completely out of our peer view. Oh, there's Mania. What's up, dude? Get back here. Where'd he go? There he is. just need to get this mission done.
Your will was greater. This is good.
Yeah, I'm sure you could say that. Right, we're into Deimos. Capture. We'll go to solo for this.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive.
It does actually look like you don't need to hit somebody for this. Oh, that's actually kind of nice.
Target located. Bring them in. The
Purpose,
capture
target, and
has
infested mission?
vital information that
Of
we will
course.
need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno. A juggernaut nearby? It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away.
I think it's going to matter. Gear sense. Never seen that. I wonder if that's a new mod.
The
If
juggernaut.
I just haven't
I think
played
you
this
made it
mission
angry.
type.
Good work.
It is done, Tenno.
Or maybe I deleted every single copy of this. Who knows? I don't know. I've never seen it before, as far as I know. Might be part of the new rework they did. What was it, last patch or the patch before that? With Kavats and a few other things. Exterminate, classic.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
Did they though?
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
Got it. That's via the corrupted ship missions. Which I guess Deimos has kind of become in a way, hasn't it?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
The
approaching.
system, anyways. Wonder if there's vaults in here. It's been a long time since I actually had a reason to go into an Orchid vault. I'm stuck. Okay. Not enough enemies in these missions. Also, for an infested mission, there's a hell of a lot of non-infested in here. That was nice. When you finally get a decent amount of enemies and then melee influence has a chance to shine, that's nice.
Find extraction.
And we're done here. I don't even need to kill. I don't want to do it.
They fought well. Good deaths all.
Everybody wants to talk to me at once. I feel so popular. Sabotage or free roam? Oh, this is the cats that can be in drift. Right, right. I guess we sabotage.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors' death.
My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk. Keep going.
Freeze them and
Nobody
keep going.
knows you're here. The enemy are using a void key and a portable torsion beam device to force open the portal.
Oh, that
Destroy
kind of
the key
sabotage,
and the
right.
device. The portal only allows travel in one direction. Start up the portal generators to reverse the polarity.
Not quite as anti-Grenier as one would hope. But it's not really built for Grenier, is it? Okay. Yeah, it works though. Where are the enemies?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Versus Grenier, that's just hilarious. I mean, it's Jade Light Xmas Rollerball, I guess. Still. It's meant to freeze infested. It's not meant to kill Grenier.
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the
Torsion
void key.
beam
Find it.
device. You got it, boss. I shall find it forthwith. Cool. Let's see how this does versus them. They'll ever stay still. There we go. Finally got my hands on one of them. Get back here, you!
Quick, pick up the key. You got the key. Now get back to the portal.
Got it, Bush. Now we get the heck out of here.
On overdrive. Get through the portal before it melts down. Objective complete. The Void Key and Torsion Beam device are out of commission. The enemy will not be returning anytime soon. Tenno, there are still undiscovered supply caches in the area. You may
good.
want
Thanks,
to
though.
locate them before leaving.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and
Stay
purpose.
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I don't think it matters anymore. But thank you. What do we get here?
Yo.
Yo, what's up? Alright. Defense or mobile defense? Yeah, let's do defense. Actual infestation only. Nice. This should be fairly simple with Okina and Lavos. I imagine, anyways.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Simple. Definitely makes it a little easier, doesn't it? Now we're in Incarnon too. It almost is a good idea just to let them sort of run at you for a while so that they're close enough Since you have something to build influence off of. And, you know, it'll find the enemy. Group. Nice. Yeah, before I could get to him. Good. We're done.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Lesson.
Fairly simple. Lephantis, eh? It's been a while since I've thought about Lephantis. Let's do the mobile defense. These other infested missions, the non-survival,
Your
like crazy
enemies
amount
have
of
grown
ones,
fierce.
is
Use all that you have learned.
kind of funny because it just isn't enough. Like, you need more. And it's like, this is the Horde faction, and there's never enough of them. It is kind of ironic. Oh no, a Juggernaut.
A juggernaut nearby? It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. The juggernaut
now we're
has
talking
moved
there.
on. It's safe
Oh,
to
the
proceed.
Juggernaut moved on. But I was about to supply a high concentration of infested blood. Very dead. The one downside of electricity status for melee influence is that a lot of the time, people that die
Still working on it.
while under
Continue
electricity
to defend.
status, they get bugged in the animation. They look alive when they're not, which is annoying.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ends infested, eh? For the shotgun.
Area completed. Move on. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance.
Nice little roll to get on the ledge there. That was kind of fun.
Terminal spotted.
Oh,
Upload me and prepare to defend.
prepared.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incoming.
What? Infested? Who would have thunk?
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Why? Oh, hey. What's up, dude? Where'd he go? There he is.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Easy peasy.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
I'm having so much fun. Alright. Oh. Sometimes there's a vault there, and I wanted to check to see if it was there.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
There you go. Lavos, Okina Prime with Incarnon, melee influence. Pretty much all you need for infested. Becomes trivial after that. Yeah, as we said before, you have the primed versions of like continuity and the other mods on both Lavos and the Okina. If you have prime pressure point and so forth, primed reach, you will get even more out of these builds. Even more. And you don't even really need to form, honestly. Use enough things that are pretty cheap. .6% status in Incarnon and outside of Incarnon. We have the, I believe it's Amalgam True Steel. It would be better than this. But yeah, I mean, even if you don't have Prime, if you're not one of those people that have gotten all the Prime things and gotten them all ranked up to the highest you can get them, this is a build that, as you can see, absolutely devastates
Operator,
infestation.
Up a distress signal. Wait, no. It's just the Corpus peddling their wares again.
Get off the emergency frequency!
Absolutely annihilates it. And the main problem you have is that you're just killing people too fast, which is kind of funny. But yeah, with Madurai is what I would definitely put as your focus school if you're going to do it. As far as your primary secondary goes, it's like whatever you want. I like using the Vidar, or should I say, in this case, the Gaze, for what everyone would know it as. Just for like CC and like ease of use for things. It's just a fun playstyle. You can use Catch Moon if you have it as well. You can use pretty much any Incarnon will annihilate infested. The Boar Incarnon is very good at it. Pretty much anything that comes in AoE. Maybe the Sybaris Prime, but probably not. I mean, well, I guess we could test it. Maybe. I mean, it has a guaranteed blast proc, right? So let's go to Gabby here. But I mean, it's so slow to charge Incarnon, and before that, it's going to be a little weird. But
set off the alarms and keep the infested busy. A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
Pick out their little heads. Good luck. There's so much more than a... I mean, I wouldn't even want to do this for a lot of infested. Their heads are so weird. They're like down at the bottom with the chargers. There we go, we got it. Now we can actually see what this does. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a guaranteed blast proc, so it's decent, right? Bring them all around you. Blow them all up. Blow them all up from afar. We'll add things to it. Make it better.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
But it's not that good to go through the weirdness of the Incarnon charge on Infested. Like, Boar Prime is a shotgun, right? So it's going to spread and it's going to hit heads a lot easier than this. But these is like individual rounds. It's okay. It's not great. And especially when you can just do this. There's no reason to use the Sybaris, that's for sure. The Latrin Prime is kind of has the same issue, I would say, although it's definitely a faster charge, is that you have to pick up the heads of these things that are extremely strange. But I think that the salient point, too, is that there's just better ways of killing infested. You can use all those wonderful weapons for things like Grineer and Corpus and stuff like that. Like the Prisma Angstrom or something like that. That's what I would use for infested, because it's all you need is a direct hit. Right, and then you can just go and shoot at everything, and it bounces off everything, and it murders everything. That's great. Or like, you know, things like the Vidar, things have beams. Things that you don't have to worry about hitting their head. That's what you want. So some of the Incarnons are great weapons, but their charge being specifically headshots, if that's the way it works, is going to be very awkward against infested. Like, just good luck, really, is what I would say. And when you got melee Incarnons, basically it's just like hit people half the time, right? You just build combo, is what a lot of them are. You don't have to think about it, you don't have to worry about it. You don't need the Incarnate for the Okina Prime either. It just sort of is good. But like, it definitely makes it better. Like, Incarnate mode is definitely better, because it gives you that extra cold proc and that extra seek. It's just better in every way. Where'd Misery go? Get over here, you son of a bitch. Stop running away from me. Gonna get you. Everything fell off. I was wondering, I was like, oh, you don't usually see a group like that survive. And now we know why. But yeah, you do have to keep an eye on those two timers. I mean, you don't really have to. It becomes very obvious when they're off, because suddenly things don't die in like 3 hits. But, yeah, I don't think the Cerberus Prime is really a good idea if you use it past the paper stage, because of the way it charges. And I think that's true for a lot of Incarnons. God, getting stuck on pipes all the time, man.
They fought well. Good deaths, all.
But yeah, I'm really happy with this, though. Like, especially if you're going to do, like, longer survival runs. Like, we could have gone a long time without an issue there. Like, when we were just sitting in a room with Okina Prime, just keeping ourselves stacked, we were constantly at, like, 98, 99% on the survival meter for the, I guess, the scrubber of the toxin spores in the context of an infested mission. So it's very comfortable. And like, your issue in other infested missions is pretty much there's not enough infested. So it's like, if that's your problem, you're doing quite well. Yeah, next time we play Warframe, we'll have to do Sicarus Prime stuff. And I'll showcase my Hildryn Prime idea. Although if you've seen some of the other Hildryn Prime videos that have come out, yeah, it's very similar. The new sort of Aegis Gale using Aegis Storm, Balefire Charger, alternate fire that gives you like crazy amounts of damage. It's basically that. But yeah, I mean, like, this is such a wonderful era to be a Warframe player, with all the Incarnants coming out and all these crazy combinations you can do. That's pretty fun. And it's funny enough, things that were already kind of crazy, like melee influence, are now getting a whole nother level of crazy because of how easy you can do certain things. Especially with the Okina Prime is just so fun for it, because it just doubles on doubles on doubles and makes everything better about it. extra status duration, extra range, extra status damage, which is very good. The double melee damage on the Incarnate form. The fact that you go faster with it, which is great because then you get to people faster. Like as you notice, we were zooming through those levels.
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions.
And yeah, the spectral daggers are actually pretty nice. They help with another thing that we can spread, which helps with our condition overload. So it's like it all just sort of works in a package. High base critical chance, so Blood Rush is doing fine. The status chance is pretty much close to enough to 100% that you got lots of things to spread. Your companions attaching a lot of things to people, so even if they, are dying very fast, you're probably still going to be spreading a lot of things around. It's basically like this whole package as far as Lavos and Okina Prime. We'll go back to Vidar because I don't think Sybaris is ever the answer on this. I mean, Prisma Angstrom probably is though, but we'll keep the Kagetsuchi there the Catch Moon. That was just my name for it. This sort of combination between these two is like Lavos and Okina Prime is what the Incarnate is just awesome. It's just so good. And against the Infested, you're never going to need anything else, really. So yeah, it's great. And we could have upgrades, right? Because we don't have a lot of the primes ready for the damage. But yeah, I think we're going to end the stream there, guys. Thanks for hanging out and watching me figure out some of the new Incarnons and putting together this answer to all infested missions, Lavos, who's a really fun weapon platform frame, especially with the new Okina Prime Incarnate. So yeah, thank you guys. Hope you all have a good day. Take care. See you on the next stream.